Test, test.
Oh, I'm on my ear.
allegiance. Right, on to the 5 principles of Cruiser PLC.
These are the 5 principles of the Cruiser PLC that have gotten us to where we are academically for the last 2 years. They are: we focus on learning, we collaborate, we take responsibility, we ask what are the results, we decide what to do next.
Thank you so much. On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirshner.
Here.
Mrs. Dauterberger.
Here.
Mr. Bauer.
Here.
Mrs. Gray.
Here.
And Mrs. Walsh. She is absent.
Right, on to our review of belief statement and board norms, please.
We believe all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. Board norms. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to 1. Support the mission and vision of the district. 2. Be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings. 3. Respect one another as elected representatives of the community. Be open-minded and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. 4. Allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard and listen to all perspectives with an open mind. 5. Stay focused on the task at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. 6. Maintain confidentiality and communicate per board policies. Ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And 7. After a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice, no matter the outcome.
All right, thank you so much. On to item B, agenda approval.
So moved.
I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mr. Kirshner as second.
You said 3, 4, and 5 from superintendent's agenda?
That's G3, 4, 5. Moving it to
The first executive.
My apologies. Forgot to push the button. Yeah, I'm asking that we move the contracts item, superintendent item F3, 4, and 5 to following executive session J, so it would actually follow item K, which is return from executive session.
okay, let me make a note of that.
And you said after the first executive session, correct?
Second.
After the second.
Yeah,
executive
for the
session.
second executive session has the language that would be appropriate for that.
So move those to after the second executive session.
All right, so that would be K1, K3.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, got it. 1, 2, 3. And then I would like to, on item E, oh, hang on. Item F, with under the board items, switch those 2 around. So Nationwide Children's Hospital would be item number 1. And then the second item would be first read of OSBA policies and procedures.
So you're just moving those, switching those around?
Yep.
Okay, I did that. Is that what it is?
All right, do you mind giving me those numbers one more time?
Yep, it's board item number 1 is now going to be board item number 2, and board item 2 will now be board item 1. So Nationwide essentially will go first, and then we'll go into.
I was in the wrong spot. Thank you.
Yep. All right, on to roll call, please.
I have one more. In light of After the board agenda was published, we've had a radon issue. I'd like to add that as a discussion, either as a board item or a superintendent's agenda.
And we put it as board item number 3.
That's fine with me if the board is fine with that.
So what number will that become, please?
Number
That'll
3.
Be board item number 3. Okay.
Okay.
On to roll call, please.
Are we clear, so if we make that 3, that we know what we're doing with the original 3, 4, and 5?
On the superintendent's agenda, we're moving those down below the second executive session, correct?
Correct.
So I don't know if we need to renumber those to 4, 5, and 6.
I think the system will do it for us. I'm just trying to, as we
Okay.
go.
I just want to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, yep. Roll call, okay.
Roll call.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. On to public participation. All meetings of the board and board-appointed committees are open to the public. For the Board of Education to fulfill its obligation to complete the approved agenda effectively and efficiently, a maximum of 30 minutes of public participation may be permitted at each regular Board of Education meeting. Those submitting a written request to address the board before the start of the meeting will be granted 3 minutes to present their remarks. Persons desiring more time should submit their request in writing to the Board of Education office or email public.comment@gocruisers.org 7 days prior to the scheduled meeting. When addressing the board, the speaker shall give their name, address, and any group affiliations they may represent. Each person wishing to address the board will be given a total of 3 minutes to present and conclude their presentation. No person will be permitted to speak twice on the same topic. Public participation is not a dialogue or discussion between the presenter and the board. It is an opportunity for you to present any ideas or concerns to the board in a public forum. The board will not debate the merits of your position. We will respectfully listen to your presentation, and we may ask clarifying questions. The board may refer you or your concern to the superintendent for follow-up if necessary. Please remember that state law prohibits discussing specific employees or their job performance at a public meeting. State law does allow for discussions by board members regarding employees in executive sessions of the board. And we have 1 public participation. Ms. Jane Deckard, if you don't mind coming up to the podium.
Participation.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all the veterans. Because of them, I get to say what I think. As a community member, I am appalled after reading Mr. Kirschner and Mrs. Walsh's social media posts. I am not sure what the purpose of those posts were. It seems to me that the concerns aired are concerns that can only be fixed by the Board of Education and not by the public. So why post it? It was mentioned that there were 36 policies tonight. If I am remembering correctly, some of these are ones that were moved to tonight because Mrs. Walsh claimed she didn't have enough time to work on these. I look at the board docs and I have time, and it's not my elected position. So it would seem that if it's your job, you should do your job. In my opinion, the only outcome wanted in these posts is to stir up the community or to throw shade at Mr. Bauer and make them be against the district, while the job of a board member should be to support the district to make it better. Please stop trying to make the district board look bad. As I have stated before, your own belief statement reads, "We will respect one another as elected representatives of the community, be open-minded to another's strengths and the values of diverse perspectives and mutual commitment to the district. Please start showing the respect and commitment to the district." Thank you for your time.
All right, on to item E, recognitions and presentations.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have several recognitions tonight. The first of which is recognition of Veterans Day. So the recognition is whereas Veterans Day is observed on November 11th each year to honor the men and women who served and sacrificed in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas we acknowledge the unwavering courage, dedication, and sacrifice of our veterans who have selflessly protected our freedoms, values, and way of life. And whereas Groveport Madison Schools recognizes that the sacrifices made by veterans and their families allow us to live in a country that upholds the ideals of liberty, justice, and democracy. And whereas the commitment, resilience, and bravery of our veterans set a profound example for our students, reminding us all of the values of loyalty and honor. Whereas many veterans have continued to serve our community by contributing in the growth, education, and support of our students and families within Groveport Madison Schools. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education hereby expresses our heartfelt gratitude to all veterans for their selfless dedication and commitment to our nation. And be it further resolved that the Groveport Madison Schools encourages students, staff, and community members to observe Veterans Day with respect and appreciation for those who have served, and to continue fostering a culture of honor and remembrance. And be it finally resolved that this resolution be presented in honor of all veterans, and that we commit to supporting veteran causes within our district and community, demonstrating our enduring respect for their service and sacrifice.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mr. Kirschner as second. On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Duttleberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes.
Can I say something right here?
Yeah.
I wanted to shout out Groveport Elementary. My daughter brought this home to me today, and I thought it was the coolest thing that they were able to do a letter. And so I thought I'd bring it to the board meeting today just to talk about the great work that our students and our teachers and administrators in the buildings are doing to recognize Veterans Day. I hadn't gotten this before, so just shout out to all the schools, but my daughter brought this home personally to me, so wanted to share it.
I think it would also be appropriate, we can recognize any veterans in our audience tonight, but also we have 3 veterans who serve on our Board of Education. We have Mrs. Dowdleberger, Mr. Kirschner, and Mrs. Walsh, who could not be here tonight, is also a veteran. So if we could, the veterans in the crowd, if you are willing, you want to stand, recognize if we have any. But thank you to our board member veterans. Sorry, lots of pages tonight. Okay, our next recognition is to the board. The board president recommends that the Groveport Madison Board of Education recognize November as Native American Heritage Month. Whereas November has been designated as National Native American Heritage Month to recognize histories, cultures, and contributions of Native American people in the United States. And whereas Native American Heritage Month, or as is commonly referred to as American Indian and Alaskan Native Heritage Month, is a time to celebrate rich and diverse cultures and traditions and histories to acknowledge the important contributions of Native Americans. And whereas Native Americans have made distinct and important contributions to the United States and the rest of the world in many fields, including the fields of agriculture, medicine, music, language, and art. And now therefore be it resolved, the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education hereby recognizes November as Native American Heritage Month.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mr. Kirschner as first and Mrs. Dowdleberger as second. On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Duttleberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes.
All right. Our final recognition for this evening, Ohio Public Education Appreciation Week Proclamation. Whereas public education is established in the Ohio Constitution, which provides that the state will secure a thorough and efficient system of common schools throughout the state, thus demonstrating the commitment of Ohio's citizens to make provisions for students to obtain a public education. And whereas public schools equip young Ohioans with both practical skills and the broader intellectual abilities, giving them hope for and access to a productive future. And whereas public schools are community linchpins bringing together adults and children, educators and volunteers, business leaders and elected officials in a common enterprise. And whereas the Ohio Public Education Appreciation Week celebrates public education, honoring individuals who make a difference in ensuring every child receives a quality education and recognizing the importance of public education has in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved, we, serving as Groveport Madison Local Schools Board of Education, do hereby proclaim November 16th through the 22nd, 2025, as the observance of Ohio Public Education Appreciation Week.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Delaberter is second. On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Mrs. Dutterberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
And Ms. Gray.
Motion passes.
All right, our next item is the Ohio Report Card with Groveport Madison similar districts with Mr. Morbitzer.
Tonight, we want to make sure that the presentation can be seen at home, so it's taking a little bit longer to set up. Thank you, Mr. Sohn. Thank you again. Last month, the Board of Education allowed me to do a live walkthrough of the state report card. The state report card helps us see how we rate among, or how we rank among all the school districts in the state of Ohio, 607 school districts. I also took time that night to go over how we compare to our nearest neighbor. I believe it was 8 of our nearest neighbors. Tonight, like last year at this time, we're going to look at how we compare among similar districts. The state of Ohio has been doing this for many, many years, and it's their best attempt to do an apples to apples comparison of our district with 20 other districts that the state has determined are very similar to ours. These are the 7 demographics that the state uses in this criteria. Student enrollment, percent population in urbanized territory. We're going to look at these very closely in a moment. Number 3, population density, the median adjusted gross income, percent economically disadvantaged enrollment, percent of adults with at least a bachelor's degree, and the percent of minority or racial ethnic enrollment. I want to remind you that these groups are not reciprocal, meaning that our district can be in another district's group that may be in ours, but it's not always the same group. This year, like many other years, Hamilton Local is not in our grouping, but Reynoldsburg is. I mean, both of those are in our grouping, but Reynoldsburg, we are in theirs. We are not in Hamilton Locals. We take a look at these 2 against us because these are the only 2 in our similar district grouping ranking that are in Franklin County. So Hamilton Local and Reynoldsburg City are currently in our group, and they have been in 6 of the last 7 years. This is very similar to the graphic I put up last year at this time. This shows our 21-year over 20-year progression against Groveport or against Reynoldsburg and Hamilton. We are the red line, and you can see the upward trend. We're going to take a closer look at that fantastic squiggly line in just a little bit. The other school districts, on the other hand, have declined while we have improved. And that's going to be seen in our comparison in just a moment. So there's the line by itself. So what I always like to do is I like to teach everybody or show everybody how to access this information on their own, because that's the best way that you can sit down and determine what the data is telling you. You can interpret yourself. So in this case, what we're going to do, we're going to search for Ohio similar districts. Just put that into the search engine, Ohio similar districts. Select similar district methodology, and it takes you right to the page where we need to be. And there's 4 links on that page. We want to look at similar district lookup. As we get to the dashboard, I'm going to make this larger for everyone. There, that's a little bit easier to see. I'm going to show you how to navigate through this. At the top of the page, you have to put Groveport in there. Select Groveport, and then you're going to see in this list, we're at the top. Next to Groveport Madison is a number 0. The rest are numbered 1 through 20. So this is the group that the state has determined that is very much like ours demographically, our district. Across here, you can reorder the groups. So I told you that we're looking at specifically in Franklin County, Reynoldsburg, and Hamilton Local, because they are the only ones in the county with us in this similar grouping. It also shows you the district typology. You click on that link, you can see, or that reorganize A to Z, and you can see where we are. Enrollment against all these others. And I want to keep pushing over here. I want to keep looking at Groveport Madison. That's where our enrollment ranks among these 20 other school districts. Also, the percentage living in urban areas. You can see a lot of the other groups, other districts in this grouping are at 100% living in urban areas. We're very close. We're categorized as 97.6. And then the population that I talked about in that previous slide, the adjusted the population, just click there, and you can see the population density per square mile. Now, we have a very high density at 1250 per square mile, but you see the others in the group many of them are much larger than we are. The adjusted median income of adults 25 and older, $40,614. Of course, that means that there is an equal number of people earning above 40,000, us, and below 40,614. The economically disadvantaged. See, there are some who are 100%. We are in a shaded line. At 79.3 of our students qualify as economically disadvantaged. The percentage of adults with college degree is 22.4. The highest in our grouping is 39%. Lastly, the racial minority, I'll make sure that you can see which line it is 74%. So what you can't really see on this page is at the bottom there are some tabs. Don't skip this when you go and look at this on your own. Each one of these tabs shows you a different dashboard. This is our overall district component comparison. This was straight from our report card. We organize it so that we can see Groveport Madison is at 3.5 stars. There are only 3 in our grouping who are ahead of us at 4 stars. I've made certain that we all know that we are going to see 4 stars very soon. Achievement is also a dashboard that you can look at here. The rest of the components, and I've talked a lot about performance index. Some of these screens have this great graphic where you can see where we are in the continuum. This is Groveport Madison in red, and then when you hover over the rest of them, you can see what districts are below and what districts have a higher performance index. Our higher performance index, remember, increased dramatically this year, making us eligible for some state awards. Chronic absenteeism is also something we can click on and see. We are right in the middle of the similar district chronic absenteeism grouping. Progress, you can do the very same thing that we've done before. You can reorganize each one of these, click it a couple times so that you can make sure that you can see what the order is. Early literacy, that tab, again, this is another one of those great graphics where we can see where we rank among our similar districts. Improving at-risk K through 3 readers. And then gap closing. Gap closing as related to English language arts, the PI. And then for math, the math gap closing is very encouraging because that continues to increase. For English learners, the gap closing for ELA progress. And then this is going to be, if I can see the next one, maybe. Now the next one shows our mathematics progress comparison. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get to it. Let's try. There we are, second in our similar districts grouping. So math is improving dramatically. Graduation rate is also something that you can see here. We are, they're harder to read. I think we are here. Yes, we're somewhat in the middle in that column. You hover over it, you can see what district you're looking at currently. And then one more I'd like to show, if I can. It's our college military workforce component. I'm not able to get rid of the pop-up bar that keeps coming up. Okay. Now, you remember last month I did make a big deal about this 74.9. We are at 3 stars and not 4 because of 0.1, because of 1/10 of a point. And that means out of the 11 components for the college, career, military, and workforce readiness component, if we had just one more person participating in one of 11 different areas, we would have been at 4 stars. So that's how you navigate the similar district comparison. It's very helpful. It's very informative. I'm going to jump back to just a couple more slides. I hope this looks familiar to the board. 2 years ago, I walked everyone through comparisons of our building to all of our neighbors. And I made a big deal about how we need to move from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen, especially increasing the proficiency of our students. To read this, we're going to be looking at this line right here. Let's focus on this very dark 2024 and the reddish 2025. And what you see here is that this is, over the last 5 years, the best performance we've had in relative to lowering the number of students who are in the lowest category, the limited category. So we have ranked as high as 38% of our students testing at a limited band. Just track these two colors, the red and the black, and you see we have shifted students from limited to basic, and more importantly, we've shifted from limited and basic to proficiency. And over the last 2 years, we've had our highest performances in the accomplished and the advanced levels. So now we're back to the squiggly red line. This shows our trend, and it's definitely upward. It's our absolute, since we had 3.5 stars this year. It's the same as last year. That was an improvement, a dramatic improvement over the previous year. Our 3.5 score this year is even higher. Our performance index is higher. Our achievement is higher as well. So I want to point out that this is the best performance that we've had in the history of the state report card. I've said that before. I'm going to say it again. And this credit goes directly to the teachers and the people who help them do their jobs, and they're getting the job done. And I want to make it absolutely clear, we're all excited about moving to the next level. I think I can speak safely for Carol on her behalf and my behalf too. We are very excited about what the future shows, what the future beholds for Groveport Local, Groveport Madison, and we sincerely want to be here to make sure that it happens. Thank you very much. Ask me that again, Mrs. Gray.
So you've got the years on the bottom, what's on the side?
Oh, this is the performance. What we did, and I'm going to go back and we show you what it looks like with against the other districts. So yeah, what we did was we scaled the performance over the years of the 21 years and the 22 years and the against all the 7 versions of the state report card. And this is their performance. So right now, this is where we are right here with this red line. It's the highest we've ever been. So that was scaled per performance. I think it was at 21 points. Basically, what I had to do is I had to assign points to every version of the report card, and then I had to mark over each one of these. And you can see as we fly through here, each one of them, you can see where these are. And so that's where these different points come from, and then that's where the reason for the squiggly line. So
That doesn't necessarily mean that Reynoldsburg is so much better than us.
it did then. It did then. It did then. That was the.
I didn't know what those.
So that was 2007, 2008 report card, and that's how the 3 districts ranked at that point.
Okay.
So Reynoldsburg had 20 equivalent of 28 points, and Groveport 14, Hamilton 23 then. And so as we go through here, we can see, we can track Groveport, and we can see what the equivalency was, and then that's how we are above their performance. Again, what we talked about before is that we are now at a 3.5, here's a 3, here's a 2.5.
Okay, so that's the score. the,
Yeah.
I didn't know what the sign
Access.
was.
Yeah, and can we get when you if this is shared, can we get the data fields like the data labels, like how you have to hover over it? Because on our PDF we don't have any of that,
I
and
understand.
then we're missing one of those slides too, the one where you had all of the years. If you go that one, we don't have that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would be great. Thank you so
certainly.
much. It was great. It was a great presentation. I appreciate you deep diving into it and showing us how we can look and then verifying things and kind of comparing, and that the public also was able to do that as
You're very
well.
welcome.
Thank you so much.
I have a question that's maybe you can come back to later. I don't want to put you on the spot, but in working with quite a few of our high school students and knowing them, I see a trend where graduates and students that I would think would be pretty solid don't seem to know their multiplication tables. Um, and I don't expect you to have an exact answer for that, but I'd kind of like your input and what's changed, and maybe that's something you can come back to.
There's no answer tonight for that. It's something that Carol and I need to talk about. And I will, of course, yield to Carol. She's the one who's won some national math teaching awards and some state and local ones too. So let's talk about that. It's always important. Your observations are probably spot on. We need to make sure that every student can do math and every student who graduates can read and write.
Maybe that's something you can bring to us at a later date then.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, on to item F, board items, and up first is the Nationwide Children's Hospital.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for moving this earlier. We have three guests from Nationwide tonight to come in. We talked pretty extensively about this last month, and there were some questions and some marching orders for us. Um, the Nationwide folks came tonight so they can field questions and answer some of those things. We have updated documents addressing some of the concerns we had before about, I want to make sure I use the right term, um, conveyance and reconveyance. And there were a few other questions about the contract. The revised contract has been through their legal and our legal, and so they're telling us it's good to go. The Nationwide folks, do you guys want to come up? We have Mary Kay Irwin, Michelle Welsh, and Lisa Thomas. And Kelly, I don't know if you want to come up. You're welcome to join too if you have anything you want to say about the Nationwide Children's.
Good evening. Happy to be here. We're looking forward to partnering with the district, good care of your students and the children from the broader community. I was told that maybe you guys had specific questions because you've already been given the overview. Is that correct? Okay, do we want to start with your questions?
Yeah, yeah, I think one of them that we had, it looks like you've cured or partially cured here, and that was our ability to just take taxpayer provided equipment and just give it to you and then not give it back. And I see that the language now states that um, if the agreement is terminated prior to 3 years, then the donee shall convey to donor on an as-is basis all the equipment in its possession and then current condition. So it appears that we get it back if we don't make it the full 3 years. If we make it the full 3 years, you keep it. Or am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, so what this basically comes down to is that when you have medical equipment, you have to service that medical equipment, right? And so we have experts at Nationwide Children's Hospital that take care of our equipment. Should it break? Should we start to get false readings? And the team at Nationwide Children's who works on equipment won't work on equipment we don't own. It's just that simple. So I think with this, and I want to make sure I'm really clear and answer questions so you don't feel like we're trying to take advantage of the district, because absolutely positively we are not. We want to be here to take care of the kids and hope that this partnership lasts in perpetuity for years and years. And so our desire is really just to ensure that the people at Nationwide Children's that are responsible for maintaining our equipment for accuracy, and to make sure we can provide the full scope of care we intend to provide, have the ability to take care of the equipment. So this was our attempt to get that done by us owning the equipment, if you will, but also in good faith to say, should something transpire, you decide you don't want to partner with Nationwide Children's anymore, or we decide we need to leave for one reason or another, that you guys will have that equipment if we leave or sever the agreement before 3 years.
And if you could also, I know when we met and talked after the last meeting, there's liability issues depending on if the equipment would fail and something would happen. And then also, can you touch on the vision equipment and how that would work in
Yes.
this situation?
Yep. So the other thing is we rely on our equipment for accurate reads to guide our treatment. And so the people that take care of our equipment, of course, have been trained to take care of it such that should something go wrong and there be a liability with a misread, that is a liability of NCH rather than liability of Groveport Madison. So when we then own the equipment, that liability shifts our direction. So I think that's important. The other thing I'll just explain on the vision and dental equipment. So in order for a dentist or an optometrist to be productive, they need to have multiple, think of it as almost like lanes to take care of patients. So if we only have one set of something, the doctor cannot be efficient and see the number of children who need to be seen. Had we done this originally with you instead of the previous healthcare partner that you had, we would have never set up a situation with one vision lane because you can't see the number of kids for the resources that it takes to run a vision clinic. So when you run vision clinic, you're looking at an optometrist, an optech, a vision assistant. It takes multiple people to run this, and so we need to be seeing a number of kids, and the same is true with dentistry. Generally speaking, a dentist wants to have a minimum of 4 chairs so that they can be productive, and you have the assistants kind of moving the kids around and the dentist bumping between chairs. But that your previous healthcare partner is also the previous healthcare partner of Columbus Global with Columbus City, and they split the equipment up. And so when both districts decided to move a different direction and approached us to be the partner, in order for us to be productive, we said, could we swap the equipment, because we can't send a dentist here if we only have 2 chairs, right? And so really we wish we had 4, but we're basically saying if we could swap the equipment, we could be productive at International with the vision equipment and productive at Groveport with the dental equipment. And so Columbus City Schools has agreed to swap and give you guys the dental equipment if we give them the vision equipment so we can be productive. It's not that we don't want to take care of the vision needs of your kids. It's just that we can't do so with one lane. That said, we have a plan should we get to a point that we can work it out with you guys, that we would like to see your students at the closest Nationwide Children's Vision Clinic that we have, and are open to working on a transportation strategy to get that done. The other thing I'll say is that my hope would be that this center would be super busy, and that we see all the kids in your district and the children from the community from a primary care perspective and a dental perspective. And if we are productive and taking good care of these kids, we are open to expanding and bringing vision here and bringing them the necessary equipment to keep an optometrist busy. So that was the strategy, so that we could be productive in both spaces. Do you have any questions about that?
Yeah, so supposing we didn't have all this equipment and we were entering into this agreement, you would be bringing all of it? Is that a true statement in general?
Well, I will. So it's pretty expensive, you know, when you're looking at 3 dental chairs plus all the primary care equipment. But so what we have been doing as we've been expanding our school health umbrella is, just like everybody else, been writing grants to try and offset the capital expenses associated with that. And then we assume the other expenses. So that would be salary and benefits of the people, all the consumables that have to be that we do from a supply standpoint, and then also to upgrade the space, we are assuming that responsibility, as well as additional signage that is needed and anything that would be needed, you know, to replace it in the future. We would assume that. if you're asking me, would we, if you did not have equipment, would we be coming? Is that what you're asking? And bringing all the equipment?
I guess I'm coming back to my original point. There's two points. One is I'm sure that there's equipment that would require regular maintenance, calibration, etc. But I'm not sure that there isn't equipment that we might call hard goods that might very well last 10 or 20 years. And with this agreement, it appears that if at the end of this term you decided that this wasn't viable, there wasn't enough, et cetera, for whatever reason you decided not to renew, we'd be left with a vacant space. And so the original intent, and still is from my vantage point, is to make sure that what we bought with grants, taxpayer money, etc., is protected as best it can be. And I understand you have maintenance requirements, but it almost looks to me like we could park it and store it and be better better off than in some instances here. It's almost like I want to make sure, I don't want to say it is almost like, but I want to make sure we're not being penalized because we own it and we don't end up with a vacant space and then not know how to do or fund it to keep it going. So those are my concerns.
I will share with you that we're not, if you think of, the larger Nationwide Children's Hospital, we're certainly not out like looking for equipment. Like when we go into a venture, we are generally budgeting an expansion. We will budget like equipment for an approved project. So we're not looking to take this equipment. We're looking to come and be your partner. I'm just trying to get it to a place that, we can reliably work on it and pull resources here to support that.
You understand my concern is that based on this MOU, basically, unless I'm misunderstanding it, which is quite possible, at the end, if whatever point this terminates, beyond the 3 years, it appears we no longer have any equipment. Am I misunderstanding that?
I think technically that is what it says. That's what we came up with just so we could get to the point of moving this along. If that's not comfortable for you, we're happy to entertain something else. I will share with you that in general, in school-based medicine, so if we open this clinic, this will be our 20th school-based health center. And then we are also the state's technical assistance expert and have opened over 70 clinics in different parts of the state with different healthcare providers. So we do this work a lot. School-based medicine is not a money-making adventure, right? So this is part of our nonprofit work.
Mhm.
So school-based health centers generally operate at a loss. We are here to take care of children who are disconnected and don't have a physician. And so we want to step in and fill gaps. So our charge and my charge is to do the best job that I can to minimize the loss that the hospital will take by doing this work. So it is not uncommon that, as you see our governor and different state departments who want health care to expand in this way, that they are trying to offset the initial startup costs because the expense is and the burden falls to the healthcare provider. Probably not surprising to you based on even the experience you guys have had so far, is these are not generally, if you build it, they will come clinics, right? Because you're putting them in places where individuals are disconnected. So we have to spend a lot of time in collaboration with you doing outreach and engagement so that your community knows who we are, why we're here, and what we have to offer. In doing that work, that means there's going to be a lot of time we don't see patients, which means there's going to be a lot of time we can't bill, which means we are going to lose a lot of money up front. And so what we're trying to do is minimize the loss here. And that's what we try and do in all of our spaces and all of my colleagues, frankly, who do this work. So by no means are we trying to take advantage. Are we trying to profit? We are just trying to figure out how we can get this clinic open and minimize the loss, because we know when we get started, the flow of patients is probably going to trickle in and kind of focus on what we need to do to get busy. And then the other thing I will mention too is we do bill insurance. So we bill Medicaid, we bill private insurance, but we will never refuse care for inability to pay. And so, again, lots of reasons why this is not a money-making adventure for us. So we're just trying to get it to a point that we can get your space used, start taking care of your kids. But if that's uncomfortable for you, I'm happy to to entertain another arrangement.
Yeah,
I'd just like to make a comment that, you know, this is a partnership, and in a partnership, there's give and take on both sides. And so this little bit of equipment that there is there, not that we'd be able to use it for anything if nobody was there, but that's a commitment that we need to make, that we're willing to give that, so that that's a true partnership where we're working together. And I think that's what we need to stop and think about, that they're willing to take the risk and the financial risk of doing this, where we know they're going to lose money right from the start, because it is going to be hard to get students in here and just get the word out. So in my mind, it's an investment that it's a no-brainer.
yeah,
I would
agree.
like
I'd like to
this.
say also, I mean, our kids need this. This is something that we should be doing. You know, having Nationwide Children's Hospital coming in, one of the best providers in the nation for pediatric care. I mean, this should be a no-brainer. I mean, so thank you for even coming here and speaking to us about this tonight.
Same, and just your reputation speaks for itself, right? So, and then the fact that you're willing to partner and probably working with our amazing comms person, Mr. Ty, in the office to get out there and connect, and knowing that you're going to take those dollars, and to hear that you even have a transportation strategy, working with our administration to figure out how, when we can't get them there, how we can get those students and families in for care. Thank you, and I concur with you, Miss Gray, as far as it being a partnership, and this is one part of our partnership with you all. So thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. My wonder and my concern is with this depth of equipment, that you don't want it just to disappear because it's in an MOU, right? There may be hard goods that you don't care to take back and hard goods that have an extended life. I think there's just I don't want to slow anything up here or have to rewrite anything. I just think there's probably an opportunity as we go through this to do some MOUs, or at least have some language in there where there's like an evaluation at the end, so stuff doesn't just disappear for the sake of language, right? So things don't come out of here that you really don't have a use for, etc. Just to be as good stewards of the equipment as we can be. That's all.
And I'll just share with you too, we've been doing school health now for 10 years. And so we've partnered with Columbus City Schools and Reynoldsburg and KIPP Academy, and everybody's different and different challenges, and we're sticking around. Our intention is not to leave. And as you know, that your previous healthcare provider also had the partnership with Columbus City and the Columbus Global, which we are moving into that space. We had the same agreement, and they had no issue. I understand you guys are different. I only mention that just to say that that district trusts us enough, right? And they just signed it over, and they're willing to give you the vision for the swap. And I know you guys have a right to your own decision, but just in terms of credibility and our dedication and commitment to stick around, maybe that would be helpful to give you some comfort with our intention.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to accept the contract.
I second.
All right. So we've got Mrs. Gray as first, Mr. Kirshner as second. Any discussion?
I think we're good.
Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dutterberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
I just hope we're good on schedule now. We can move, right? Okay, great. Thank you guys so much.
I like to take a moment to say that the three ladies that showed up tonight have worked tirelessly for this partnership. They are energetic, professional, and just lovely, caring women, and I so appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you for making a second trip.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, on to board item 2, the first read of OSBA policies and policy review.
So this is the first read. It's just a discussion item. We sent the summary checklist and the policies. I think it was October 24th, to have a chance to review, to ask questions, provide input. Rather than go line by line, I thought maybe we would just open up if there are thoughts, questions, we can
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I have my list, so I'll start with mine and then we can just move on down, if that's okay. The first one I had questions on was the IGD policy. This has to do with curricular and extracurricular activities. It looks like to me, I don't remember having a policy like this on our old Neola policies, but I just wanted to make note that on item 5 of this, that it talks about that the superintendent reports annually to the board the general purposes, plans, and financial status of the co-curricular and extracurricular programs for the district. So if this policy is passed at the next board meeting, if that could be provided.
For point of clarification, please, on my closed captioning, it appeared you said IGD as in India Gulf Delta.
Yes.
Is that, or maybe I misnoted, I thought that was regarding ice hockey. Is that wrong?
No.
It does.
Well,
that's
it's
part
the
of it.
total extracurricular.
So if you if everybody sees this sheet that has the summary on there,
Mhm.
so there's the first ones require some type of customization for adoption, and in IGD and IGDJ, it's talking about students permitted to participate in ice hockey, and
Mhm.
it's basically if it's not available within 20 miles. But if the part that's modified for us, there's permissive language, and in the permissive language, it's talking about students attending non-public community STEM or STEAM schools who are not entitled to attend the school district may be authorized by the superintendent to participate. That permissive language, I was not recommending for this. We do the part that we're required to do, but not the permissive language that allows additional.
Yeah, and my questions
Oh, I'm sorry.
don't necessarily tie to what like the different languages. It's just things that I've noticed in the policy that was different than the Neola policies that we had. So that's why I was.
I'm sorry, I
No,
misunderstood.
that's all right. That's all right. And then my next one was the IGDJ.
Can we not move forward yet if you don't mind?
Oh,
I had that one on here as well, so we can kill two birds. So
okay.
I want to make sure I understood you, Mr. Groove. Are you saying there's part of this language you are not recommending that's in there?
That's correct. There's permissive language that we're not required to accept,
Okay.
and I'm not recommending that we accept the permissive language.
Thank you. And why, one more time, just so I make sure I understand, why the reference to ice hockey in our situation? It's just an example.
So no, the ice hockey is a specific reference in Revised Code 3313-536
Okay.
that permits students enrolled in another school district to participate specifically in ice hockey. And then there's a 20-mile rule and
Okay.
things in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's on the sheet too, on the summary. It breaks down. It's due to the amendments of
Yeah,
that revised
thank
code.
you.
Yeah, and that's for all of them, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Libby.
Mm-hmm. Then the IGDJ. This has to do with on section 1, I think it was. It talked about the insurance. And I was wondering if we have any students on that insurance and who administers it? Is it the state that administers the insurance?
Yeah, we have nobody, to my knowledge, that's on the insurance.
Okay. Then IKF. This has to do with the graduation requirements, and it talks about the financial literacy, I believe. And does the PNC program, does that count towards the financial?
No, that's
No,
just,
it doesn't?
that's after school, and that's really targeted for families.
Okay. I just thought maybe we could kill two birds with one stone. Okay. IND, INDK. Okay. This one has to do with the Pledge of Allegiance. And you have the recommendation that it's not going to be required. And I was on, when I first joined the board, the Pledge of Allegiance was not being said in the classroom. And we had several student body, student councils come to the board and present how they wanted us to have it mandatory. And so I would hate to remove that from our, because we did have our students come to us and want it.
Libby, which item was that?
It has to, it's the let's see, IND, INDA. And it has school ceremonies, observations, and patriotic exercises. And we've selected that it's up to the teachers to decide. And I would much rather have it mandatory because our students have requested it. So if everybody, I mean, no, we're not voting on that tonight, but if everybody could think about that. The next one I had questions on was GBQ.
Before we move on, can that one is also a choice,
Right.
and there's choose one, and one is to require all students to do it, and the other one is what our current language is. So that was the reason I recommended, because that's what our current language is. But that's why we go through this, and if there's interest in having it be required, that's certainly.
I didn't realize that it had got changed.
Well, given that this is the first read, would now not be the best time to go ahead and see if we can find agreement on that, so that when we bring it forward as a second read, we're ready to go?
Yeah.
I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Do you mind me repeating? Just summarizing real quick.
On the policy IND, INDA, there's the option to choose whether it's mandatory to recite the Pledge of Allegiance or leave it up to the classroom teacher. And the student body had come to the board meeting several years ago requesting that it make it mandatory. And so I would hate to go back against what our students have requested.
I think it adds consistency, and I think if the students are asking for it, I think it would be a shame not to give them that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
If there's a reason a student didn't want to, would there be consequences if there's a student who did not want to?
Certainly.
Yeah, I mean, that would be like, aren't mandatory, but it's being done every day.
Okay.
Now, whether or not
They participate. I didn't know participate. That's what I was asking, just in case.
Yeah, the practice might be mandatory across the board, but obviously participation cannot be.
Okay.
Yeah. The next item was
And I just wanted, since first read, it sounds like we want to do the first option, not the other one. We're good with that?
yes.
Okay.
Hey, can I just make one comment? Because if you want to go with the first one, fine, but it does say the board requires all students to recite the Pledge of Allegiance during school day. Do you not want to use the word recite? Because that makes it sound like everybody has to do it.
I would say provide the opportunity to. I don't think we should. I think we need to change that language. Thank you, Adam.
You see what it says? It requires them to recite it. I'm just bringing it up.
But in somewhere it says that.
If you go with the first one, because the first one's only one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we could add that other part in there where the board recognized the beliefs of some persons prohibit participation in the pledge, the salute of the United States flag, and or the opening exercise.
Okay,
or that such person are excused from participation.
Okay, so is the board okay?
Is everybody okay with that?
You
trying to find it real quick.
And what Libby said is, go with number one, but don't say that they have to recite it. Well, have to recite it, keep it there, I guess. But then on the other one, the third paragraph or third sentence, it says the board recognizes that beliefs of some people prohibit participation in the pledge. Add that to the first line. Is the board okay with that then? So that doesn't make them mandatory have to recite it.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's optional at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that's okay with the board. So when we go back and fix this,
Okay.
is that okay?
Yep. And then the GBQ. This one, my concern had to do with the criminal background checks. It says a volunteer may have to have a background check, criminal background check, and I want to remove that may. Yeah.
Yeah, I would
So,
agree with that.
to clarify, because this kind of crosses over to what I do with the food pantry, there may be volunteers that are doing nothing more than physically moving boxes and that kind of thing. I don't know. There's different levels of volunteers. So we're thinking about who's around the students and
This
Yeah.
says unsupervised.
Correct. And
Right.
we're in the student, we do education. So I think at any point we possibly could come in contact with the student. And I just think it'll be safer on our end to have the background checks personally. Thank you.
Yeah, because I mean, if it was just a volunteer, but this is unsupervised volunteers. And I think that needs to be mandatory.
I don't want to take away the management's ability to, let's say it's landscaping that's being offered or something like that, where it's just outside work. Does help me clarify that. Is there do you see any opportunities where there may be volunteers that are maybe unsupervised but totally not around students? They may be doing landscaping or some other type of activity, or am I missing it there?
I still
This-
think that might hold us.
Yeah,
to
you need to
to
read the
liability.
sentence there in the volunteers, because it says
Okay.
that it's unsupervised access to students.
Can you read exactly the full
Thank you.
sentence,
Okay,
Libby?
got it.
And then yeah.
Yeah.
So you're on the volunteers
Yeah.
paragraph, the bottom of page 1, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, the district notifies current and prospective volunteers who or will have unsupervised access to students on a regular basis that our criminal records may be conducted at any time.
Excellent.
So-
Thank you.
So you want to change the may to will
Will
or shall?
or shall be conducted.
Yes, shall.
Shall be.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And that was my last one.
Um,
I, yeah. The only other one I have is JEDA. Let me pull that up real quick.
What was it? JED?
JEDA. Okay, and that was the changes are based on updated Ohio policy, correct? Okay. That's the only other one I have.
I wanted to look at the policy. It's everybody else. I'm sorry. Or did you have? We can go down.
No, mine's were the ones that,
Okay.
especially the GBQ stuff. Thank you.
So in Foxtrot Echo Foxtrot FEF, it mentions other methods, and I just wanted to have the reasoning behind that and what other methods we might be referring to.
Which sentence?
Hold on. Let me get there, please.
I think, are you referring to the or other manner allowable under state law?
Right. Yeah. What's the reasoning? What's the thought there?
And keep in mind, this particular one is not my recommendation. FEF is updated. It says to reflect revised bid guarantee options. It's recommended from OSBA. I don't know what those other options are.
Wouldn't that be part of that consortium?
I
Would
would
be
think-
one of them. Okay.
And then the other thing we can do when we have those questions, OSBA being our policy provider, we do have access to call legal now.
Yeah.
So where Mr. Group may not, and we want additional insight, we can always call OSBA legal hotline because they're now our policy provider.
That sounds good. I'll park that one and get the answers there. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
And then the other one that I had the same ones as Libby primarily. Excuse me, India, Kilo, Echo, IKE. I just wanted to know what the idea was, why we wanted to make changes to that in general.
IKE.
Yes.
Again, that's updated. The ORC 3313-609, removing the requirement to use truancy as a reason to hold a student back.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's just a change in the state law.
Correct. And
Correct.
it looks like
Yeah.
for more than 10% of required absent days in a school year is what that change was.
So actually, going back to, if we look at our list again, the first part says must be customized prior to adoption. That's where we have to either add things, make a choice, so we have to do something to complete it. And then the next ones, the ones that say action revised and go on from there, are typically pretty much required. They're being revised because of some type of ORC or like House Bill 96 or some type of law change, and it's reflecting the language of those changes.
And I think in those, the two big ones we probably definitely need to speak about will be the last three, the school IND, and INDA, JEDC, and JEFB, dealing with school ceremony, observances for patriotic exercises, religious expression days, and religious time for religious instruction. If there's anything that we want to change, or how we will go about getting that information to our treasurer and superintendent. So when we have our second read, we have our input in those, since those, we have 10 policies that require us, it looks like, to be customized prior to adoption.
But you've made your recommendations on those, right? I mean, that's what I was
Yes,
taking
yes,
notes.
that's correct.
Yes. Okay.
I think, I mean, what we've historically done, we have some discussion here, but also we give a window of time for feedback from board members, and then from that point, we would craft options to bring back at the second read for final decision and to take action.
When would you like that back?
You tell me what's a reasonable time. Is a week from today enough?
I'm
Yeah,
good
since
with
we've
that.
already reviewed them, so we can just go through the
So the 18th,
final provisions of them.
close the business on the 18th. That'd be next Tuesday.
Yeah, next Tuesday. Does that work with everyone?
That's fine with me.
Mr. Kershaw, does that work with you?
I'm sorry. Libby, could you restate what you said? Said I've got something about Asians on the screen, and I'm sure that's not what you were saying.
I said that since we've already gone through them, we can just do our recommendations for the any revisions that needed to be made that we felt that rather than the options that were selected.
So,
So we get those two.
okay, yeah, I would take just on the one, just subject to what time it takes to get feedback from the OSBA. But I think that's great.
All right, perfect.
And then if we get the revisions on the 18th, if we can get them back out before the next board meeting with revisions, so that gives you guys some time to look at them before the next board meeting. So
Yeah,
Can we not get it like when we get the? Can we get it before we
that's what I'm
get
saying,
the board?
like we did here, get them out,
Yeah.
get them out.
Thank you.
would a week after next Tuesday work, and then that would give us 2 weeks before the next board meeting.
Yeah, so if you get the stuff to me and Jamie by the 18th, give us a couple days to turn those around, and then we'll get to you guys before Thanksgiving. That gives you guys 15 days
Perfect.
to review everything. And if there's something there that still needs question, you guys can always email us and make sure we get it run. So then in December we can do the second read, if that's okay.
I just want to say thank you for getting these out to us early so that we could get through them all. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, same. Thank you. It was very helpful.
All right, on to item 3, which is the discussion of radon.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I'm going to have Dave come up. Um, Dave has been working on this since the initial notice. So, you want to take us through a little bit of just kind of the timeline and who we've talked to and where we are. I know I've provided an update for the board, but I wanted to have some of this discussion uh, because I'm going to fast forward a little bit and steal some of Dave's thunder. Um, we would like to consider having mitigation done over the holiday break. While we don't have a final plan for that, and Dave will talk us through what's happened to this point, it is a time-sensitive matter. I'm probably jumping the gun to talk about that. So let's go through the process and bring everybody up to speed, Dave.
Okay, so the initial concern was emailed to the building principal. This is at Dunlow Elementary on May 16th, which was a Friday at 3:55 p.m. The building principal forwarded me the email on the 17th, which was Saturday, and then when I received it on the 19th, that Monday, upon return, that's when I contacted the local company who's the expert in radon and also a company that we have worked with for years. They're environmental specialists. They specialize in asbestos, radon, things of that nature. And they act more or less as an owner's rep, if you will, to oversee to make sure everything's done properly. So I contacted both of them on that Monday. We got testing set up for the room that was in question by the end of May. On June 5th, we met to discuss the results. They were high. We met on June 11th to formulate a plan on how we were going to mitigate the issues in that room. On July 7th, the work began. On August 12th, we received an acceptable report that we had achieved the desired goal, and the levels in that room were below permissible standards, so all was good. And then we wanted to test the rest of the building since we knew that there was an issue. Now, there's a couple things. When you talk with the Ohio Department of Health, who we've talked with, and both of the companies that we're working with have had many conversations with them, they say that the tests have to be conducted between the beginning of October and I think it was March or April. Okay, so we needed to wait until basically we started back to school. So these are 3-day tests, and they put a number of canisters throughout the building, and those canisters cannot be moved or touched until the completion of the test. So it's very hard to do when you've got a building with 500 students in it. So over October 15th, 16th, and 17th, we had a 3-day window. So we did the testing over those days. We received the results on October 30th from those tests. And on November 4th, we already had a call scheduled with both companies that I mentioned earlier to establish a plan and find out information on what we needed to do to mitigate the entire building. None of us are radon experts, so we were looking for some guidance. That was on November 4th. Then on November 5th, we also had a phone call or phone conference with the Ohio Department of Health and Franklin County Board of Health. We want to make sure that we're following their recommendations and doing everything as they prescribe. So that brings us up to what we're doing now. Communications have gone out to the families. We met Friday with the staff at Dunlow and talked to them, filled them in on what's taken place, answered their questions, at least to the best of our ability at the time. What we are attempting to do now is there will be testing later this week. We have to bring in the environmental specialist again. They're going to do some testing for, they've got to look at asbestos and some other things on where these mitigation systems are going to be installed. So that happens this week. Then we are encouraging as much as we can both companies to be able to come in and do the mitigation throughout this building over Christmas break. Originally, they were saying it would probably be next summer. We are asking them to improve upon that, if at all possible, and to do this over Christmas break. It's typically at least 12 days worth of work, so it's cutting it very close. They've told us they can probably, if everything works out, get the system installed over Christmas break, and then testing would follow that, and then we would probably get the test results a couple weeks later. But that's what we are attempting to make happen at this point.
So I want to share a couple additional things, just in full disclosure. And I don't remember if Dave said this or not, but with that building, they're estimating it would take 9 systems, each one serving 4 to 5 classrooms. So part of it is you have the fans that act as a vacuum and exhaust the gas out. In addition to that, any place where there are access points, where there are cracks, openings, those have to be sealed because that's places where radon can get in. And back to what Dave said about when the testing is supposed to happen, Ohio Department of Health specifically says that it needs to be done in the heating season between October to March. And what they told us the reason is when it is cold outside and we're running our heaters, our buildings turn into a chimney. And that heat rising pulls from the ground up. And that's so they want to test in the worst possible scenario. The other thing, and they did originally talking about the mitigation recommendation, but also said that protocol would be that you would do a second test and take the average. We think that the numbers were high enough that we should move forward with the mitigation, just from a safety issue for our staff and our kids, which is why it might take an action of urgent necessity to move faster than going out and doing design with an or with a company and bidding and things like that. So if we're going to try to get something done over the Christmas break, we're going to have to move at the quickest pace possible. Otherwise, we would be not looking until next summer.
So I have a question on the, what does the health department say for our students and our staff? What's the guidance there?
They don't give you a number where they say you've got to evacuate the building or close down the building. Okay, they just give you the numbers on what they recommend the level should be.
So Libby, specifically to your question, that if you are above 4, is it picoliters?
Yes, pico.
Of radon, that testing, the recommendation is to mitigate. And I think every room except for the room where we have the current mitigation system is over that. The ranges vary in the health department or in the radon testing report. It gives a room by room what those numbers are. So,
And I guess I don't know much about radon at all. So, how long? Do they give you an idea of what the exposure, like if prolonged exposure, what it does and what?
yeah, I think I can answer that.
Okay. I don't understand anything about the health side of it.
So, we've seen several different reactions. Some to people being overwhelmed and am I safe and I don't feel comfortable, to people saying, well, there's radon everywhere and not a big thing. In one of the communications we sent out to families, it goes to the Ohio Department of Health website, and basically they're not going to say that this is radioactive. So they're not going to say that any level is a safe level, but anything that's above 4, they recommend mitigation. But so there's this chart, and I pulled this out and I highlighted this. I thought this might be of interest, and it's radon risk if you smoke and radon risk if you've never smoked, and it's broken down by the picoliters. Now, here's a caveat to this. It says if 1,000 people who smoked were exposed to this level over a lifetime, and the other one said if 1,000 people who never smoked were exposed to this level over a lifetime, and it gives the percentages at 20 and 10 and 8 and 4 and things like that, and then it compares it to the danger, the risk of compared to drowning, dying in a fire, dying in a fall, and things like that. So I think their point is they recommend that you test. They recommend that you address it if it's over 4. You're probably not going to ever get the health department to say that this is a safe level of radiation you're being exposed to. But I think, what they recommend to us for testing, what they recommend to individuals in your home is if it's over 4, you do the mitigation and they haven't checked again. And under 4, you know, is under their mitigation request. And again, they don't give anything that's published that says, if it's been a year at this level, this is a risk sort of thing. Everything is if this was your exposure for an entire lifetime, what it's going to be.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, so also the EPA and the administration now is looking to roll this back. It's always been very controversial. Initially, what they did was they took, if it's 1,000 units, if you're working in a uranium mine, then 1/100th of that must be 1/100th of as bad. But some scientists and agencies actually say that low dose radon is regenerative, and they've actually run tests on animals where they show that it actually helps the healing process because it is part of our normal air. So it really is. That's why you get the different answers, because there's two totally different scientific sides to this. But when it comes to December versus June, I mean, I don't think, from what I can see, I don't know that there's some fire there. The real question I have, and what we know, is that if someone's complaining about health issue, it's affecting my health now. That's not radon. So what other air quality tests have we done in there? I know you mentioned asbestos, but did we totally figure out what else is in there? That's the first question I have.
No, we haven't done any other indoor air quality test as of yet. Once we found out that, this tested higher than the acceptable level, this is where we started. We started bringing in more fresh outside air through our heating and cooling systems. And as we go through this and we get these levels below, we can do other testing. But once we found this issue, we wanted to concentrate our efforts on this.
Well, from my understanding, I think you research it. If it's an immediate health issue, it's not radon. It's not. Radon doesn't make you feel sick. Radon is maybe, possibly, if you believe it, lung cancer 20 years down the road. But also countries that have higher levels of radon, like Sweden, and higher levels of smoking, have per capita lower lung cancer rates, which kind of adds to the controversy. But anyway, I think you might have answered my next question. Are we doing fresh air into our HVAC system? In other words, we're pulling in. We're not just recirculating. We have an efficiency system that actually pulls outside air to heat.
Yes, that's correct. We've already met, Superintendent Grube and I met with our HVAC specialist, and we have asked him to basically open up the outside air dampers to where we are bringing in as much fresh outside air as possible.
We're also keeping the building under positive pressure as a temporary stay because obviously it comes in and it looks for lower pressure to do that. So by keeping the building under positive pressure, that should reduce.
What is the efficiency of our HVAC system? Do you know that? Is it
Most of our units are older units, so we don't have a real high efficiency level.
so if as our first step we brought in a higher efficient HVAC system that would draw much more external air, might that not mediate this versus putting fans in that suck in air out of the building?
I'm not going to say that it wouldn't help. It would probably help. You'll probably have an HVAC system large enough to do the whole building, which would be ideal. You're probably going to spend a lot more money on that than you are the mitigation system that you know for certain is going to work.
But the flip side of that is there might be energy credits there might be energy credits, so it might pay for itself, and the long-term cost effectiveness it might also, versus just dumping into a mitigation system. I think when you bring in radon people, they sell you radon stuff.
Right.
So you might want to be talking to the HVAC people and saying, hey, we need more oxygen in here. We need more outside air. And they may come in, and you probably know the process where you look at the gas company and their rebates and the electric company and their rebates, and you say, hey, over the course of the next 15 years, the system pays for itself. And that would increase our air quality also. So I would think it might be a wise thing right now to engage them and see what the exchange rate is of a more efficient system, et cetera.
And I don't disagree with you saying that air quality. I mean, to be quite honest, I think most of the systems were redone maybe 15, 18 years ago.
Right.
And so they're probably approaching end of life as it is. I guess what I'm suggesting is that that's a long-term fix, but should we consider the mitigation system as a short-term fix?
I don't.
Yeah, if I can, one thing, and John, you're absolutely right. According to ASHRAE standards and things of that nature, we would be bringing in a lot more outside air based on today's standards to what the standards were 17 years ago.
But
one of the other things to consider, though, is if we go down that road and look at new HVAC equipment, which I definitely think we need to, there's no way that can happen before Christmas break. And it would be, by the time we got architects and engineers involved, some HVAC equipment alone is a year lead time.
Right.
So it's going to slow the process down dramatically.
Yes, true. Possibly. But again, that could mitigate. And then, so you're buying one system when you didn't need it, and we're rushing to a 30-day solution on a 20, 30, 40-year out problem. So, I see the urgency in improving air quality, but I also see if someone's had a health concern, which is what prompted this, then and if it's valid, right? If it is environmental in our building, then that's way more than radon. So if we start exchanging oxygen into the building from outside, we are probably taking care of a whole lot of other, and we can even include better filtration, and then we may be addressing the real unknown if there is one. So
again, I agree with you. Normally with the newer systems, the MERV rating of the air filters that are installed in the new units is much better than what it was 17 years ago. That goes into the calculations on how much air you're moving across the coils to how much you can be filtering. So again, for a long-term fix, I think it's an outstanding idea. But again, worst case scenario, we could be a year out. Maybe we'll improve upon that a little bit, but I would say it wouldn't be any better than 9 or 10 months from now.
And then obviously there's more than one way to air out a building, right? So if it's a short-term thing and you have to work on it for a year, there's plenty of ways to air out a building outside of mitigation. If you're just temporarily making a schedule to allow outside air into a building, that can be maintained while we work through this versus rushing and paying extra Christmas labor, right?
Yeah, right now, again, we've opened up the outside air dampers. We're running it. We took all the systems off of the night setback mode, So we're trying to move as much fresh air through the building as we can. So right now we're doing what we can outside of opening up all the windows and doors.
Do we still have our contract with Dynamics? Because that's who we purchased our HVAC systems from. And we started replacing them in 2000, I think it was 15. And we were doing like 2 schools a year. So they are not that old. I mean, I don't know how long these big commercial size HVAC units last, but
Right. And also, I would extrapolate this over the whatever, 5 or 7 buildings. So again, the Band-Aid, if you can, if you can fix it and we get energy savings, payback, newer systems, we're, we're in a rush to cure something in one school that we would expect to find in 5. They're all in the same aquifer, they're all in the same neighborhood. So I mean, I am not at all for dragging solutions out, but at the same time, um, uh, having haste makes waste. And I think even from an installation standpoint, if you ask anybody to install in a few weeks over Christmas, you don't get as good install as you do over summer.
Keep in mind that there's a cost associated with doing what you're suggesting as well. When we're running it, we're not doing night setbacks. We're running it occupied mode 24 hours a day. We're bringing in the most fresh air as possible. We're keeping it under positive pressure. We're going to have increased energy usage. We're running inefficiently. And I don't know how big the building is. I'd imagine it's probably 40,000 square feet.
Very close.
So there's a cost that's like, it's like bumping up your heat day and night at home with the windows open, to avoid putting in a system. So you might
Right,
spend.
and I haven't seen, we don't know, we don't have any way of measuring that right now, right? You can't really speak to that at this point. One versus the other.
I don't know what the exact number is, but I'm sure it's not as efficient to.
No, I'm just talking about rushing into the Christmas solution versus the permanent solution versus. I think it needs some data analysis. I think it would benefit from it because I agree with what you're saying, but I don't know what you're saying exactly because I haven't seen numbers. So thank you.
I just want whatever's the best for the families and their staff. That's the most important. And if it's to move quickly, then that's what we do because their health and safety is the most important to us.
That's what the health department recommends, correct?
So can I ask a question from the treasurer? Like, how much does it cost to mitigate the one building, and how much would it be to put like a HVAC unit in the one building? Just Dunlow.
In Dunlow right now, the initial
An
estimate
estimate, right? Like, yeah.
to install the mitigation systems throughout the building would probably be in the neighborhood of 70,000. To do the HVAC unit, I don't know what that system cost back in 2015 or whichever year it was. I would have to look that up. I don't have that number off the top of my head. But my guess is if we did HVAC systems throughout that building, with architects, engineering fees, and things of that nature, you're going to get into several $100,000, if not more. And I can get you a per square foot cost estimate if you wish. I just don't have that number off the top of my head.
And I don't know if you're doing square foot. I certainly wasn't anticipating all new ductwork and all that. So we really need to. It shouldn't cost us anything to get an estimate for replacing the units, right?
Yeah, I can call up some of the engineers and architects I know, and because they do them, all over the state for different school districts. So they could give me a ballpark number that if they're looking at, systems are running $200 a square foot for replacement or 300 or whatever that number is. And that number may be high. I'm just using it as an estimate. But I can definitely get a per square foot cost for you and so you at least have a ballpark idea.
I'm saying the exact opposite. I'm saying call an HVAC company and see if you need anything beyond the actual furnace unit with higher efficiency and input. Because if you do a square foot model, the architect or engineer is going to assume duct work and a lot of work that an HVAC company that we should have plenty of relationship with. I would call a design build. Just have them come in and give us an estimate. And then it will be accurate and they can stand by it versus an estimate from an architect firm or an engineer firm that is a swag and then you can pay them more to find out. I think the most efficient, fastest way is to call the provider from our last system, call a few providers and just have them come in because they're going to have firsthand knowledge of what they need to make the system work without having to hassle with engineers and architects who are going to not really know. They're going to have to call the other people in to get the answers.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do so.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? On to item G, superintendent's agenda.
I just want to make sure I'm correct in my understanding. So at this point, we're going to look for quotes for HVAC from a HVAC company, but we are not moving forward with the mitigation.
I don't agree with that. I think that we
I
move forward.
didn't even agree with that. I just want to be able to make an informed decision. So I think I'd love to see numbers, not just real wild guesses. We already know the mitigation cost number. We don't know the HVAC number. And also, again, if you're looking at $75,000 for a building, we're being very reactive because we're addressing one building where there's no reason to believe there's not five.
But the thing is, you don't want to put families at risk.
That's
So
my concern
we
as
do
well.
what we need to do to get it done.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, and I didn't hear where we were saying we weren't going to look at the rest of the district. It was right now trying to address what we know is happening right now, where we have our teachers, we've got our administrators, and we have parents and students there.
Right.
So that's what we're discussing, and then the plan forward for the rest. I believe we have that, but I think the importance right now is to take care of our students and our teachers who are in that building, and let's get that done. If they're recommending that we do mitigation, I say we do that. And if we still find that we should do HVAC, we should do that. I don't think there's any dollar or cost that is more important than our students and our teachers. So to me, it doesn't matter about that. It matters about making sure that they have what they need and that they're safe and they're healthy. So that's where I stand
And
on that.
there's something that could be said about just feeling the ease that knowing that it's been taken care of.
Absolutely.
Yep, I'd agree with that as well.
As a parent, for sure.
Yeah.
So we're all agreeing, even though we don't know, that 30 days exposure is this horrible thing and 6 months in our year is not, or whatever. Like there's just huge difference between 30 days and a year. If you're arguing that, you haven't researched anything.
I'm not an expert on
I'm not
radon, but
arguing.
I'm erring on what the Department of Health has recommended, and that's what I would.
The Department of Health did not recommend. Did they recommend that we do this by Christmas, or did they say anything about a timeline a year out versus 90
From my
days out?
understanding and what I read in the board update, the timeline was based upon what Mr. Hausman stated was because we don't want anyone in the building. And that made sense. So we didn't have to cancel school. The kids are already out of school, which makes it good for the teachers, makes it good for the parents, as well as the administrators. So that was the best time for us since we already had that break planned. So I don't think it was about them saying we needed to do it then. It was, hey, this is our perfect timing. Break is upon us. And we could use that time to get that done, and the days would align to be close, as you stated, but we could try to accomplish that. Is that correct, Mr. Hausman?
Yeah, it is correct. And as far as the Ohio Department of Health goes, they typically recommend 2 tests. Okay, if your numbers are close, they'll recommend 2 tests, and you take the average of those 2 tests. Our numbers were not that close to 4. Okay, so we were trying to expedite this process, not pay the extra money for a second test because we knew they weren't going to come down low enough to be below the acceptable levels and move forward with the mitigation process. So that way we wouldn't incur the cost of the second test unnecessarily.
So we're just skipping the test and going straight to correction,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the dollar value, is it under the required, isn't it 75? thousand?
Yes,
For
as
board
of right
approval?
now, on their estimate, they believe that yes, it will be under the threshold for going out to public bid.
Okay, and that is, from my understanding too, that means no board vote on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And if it is over, then let us know so we can have whatever special meeting or emergency meeting so we can get that voted on and approved so you guys can do what needs to be done for the school, please.
Yes, so my thought is we move forward immediately.
Yep, that's my thought as well.
Well, we're skipping over the step that the Ohio Department of Education recommended. And if you did a second test, since we saw things were stable across the different rooms, I wouldn't think you would have to duplicate every room in the building. But on one hand, we're saying Department of Health and these numbers, and on the other hand, we're saying skip the process. So it seems like we're rushing into things, and I'm certainly not in for major air quality issue. They're putting the students at risk. I agree with everything you all said about that. What we're looking at is just not from homes and other things. This level is not something that that would cause anyone to complain about their immediate health. So I appreciate all the enthusiasm. I think it's great that we're erring on the side of caution to an extent, but on the other side, I don't think we've really thoroughly researched this, and I think we're being a little premature. Thank you.
Okay, superintendent's agenda. We're going to do department reports, and I'm going to ask CBS to come up first. You're welcome, Terry.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, administration, my report stands as submitted. A lot of action this past month on School Bus Safety Week, and Teresa had the Ohio Highway Patrol in there talking about downable defects, which was really interesting. I wish we had that level of engagement across our whole company, because we had to spread the good news that when a school bus driver does a pre-trip and they find a downable defect, that bus is down. And they don't have the confidence a lot of times to challenge the mechanic and all this other good stuff. So it was great. And the other thing she brought in was Heather Free again from the Department of Education and Workforce. And as she updated them on some laws and the new rules at the State Department, which the drivers felt, very, very well informed and engaged. So very positive. State Rodeo happened and Jared won again. So he's going to Austin, and we're all excited about that. And Mr. Hausman has been very busy with our auto fuel dispenser system coming on board. It's scheduled to be installed, I think, pretty soon. And the other big thing is, of course, passing motorists, which is our biggest problem. Your drivers are being trained through our safety program to identify the spot at which it happens, because we did get the quotes on the external cameras. And unfortunately, to put them in, we're going to have to redo all the cameras because the upgrade will require. So our $150,000 contribution will get us about halfway there. So we're going to be working with Teresa on some grants. There's $10 million in brand new school bus safety grants available, and we're hoping to get that submitted and see how it goes. But we would definitely want to get those cameras installed, because when the drivers, of course, see the motorists passing, very frustrating. And we've done this in Johnstown. We put it in effect in Johnstown 2 years ago. And once the Highway Patrol, the sheriff, and the local police understand that you have these cameras, they respond very quickly because they have the evidence to go pursue. So that completes my report. Any questions?
Excellent.
Thank you so much. And thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Next, we have special education update.
Good evening, everybody. So this is a really exciting opportunity that we're hoping comes to fruition. So Jamie, Paul, and I had a conference call with a person from the OSU Education Department. They currently do similar programs at other buildings and other school districts where the methods class for teachers to go into school is held actually at a school. So they see what they're getting into right away. And so we were met with them, and what we're working on and hoping happens is that we're able to actually bring one into Groveport for special ed, specifically, and they have a large interest in VI, or visually impaired kids, because we do have a good little nugget of that. But being able to breed our own, if that makes sense, make them cruisers, keep them cruisers, and then that will hopefully start to work on some of our staffing issue. So that was something that's really encouraging, exciting. So there'll be some more meetings from that, and nothing would, even if we all came to fruition, nothing would take place till the fall. But it is something that we are super excited about.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. That's awesome. How did you guys stumble upon that?
So a little bit of nepotism. So the teacher is next door to my husband at
Okay.
West High School. So he was like, "Hey, you need to do this with special ed," and she was like, "I don't know any great special ed people." He's like, "Well, my wife is awesome." So that's how we kind of ended up with that. But
Relationships and networking is important.
see, but no, it's super exciting, and that's been a great program for them. So
That's awesome. Are they? Where other school districts are they in? Are they doing this? Do you know? Are they in Columbus or anything? Anyone else in Franklin County?
it's Columbus City
Okay.
Schools. They've tried to get into some places like Olentangy and stuff, and it hasn't worked. They haven't picked them up. So because
So
they're
would we be their second school district? Ah.
Oh, that'd be
Okay.
great.
yep.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Thank you, Mandy. Next, we have a business update.
Okay, so my presentation is very similar to last month one, and I will go through as far as the City of Groveport Wirt Road project. We'll go through that in a minute. It is basically just where we attended a meeting with the city, and I'm providing the latest documents that they gave us. But the first question is, as far as the flooding issue that we had at Groveport Elementary and Middle School Central several months back, last month we talked about the civil survey and an underground storm line. After the board meeting, I shared the civil survey with all of the board members. Basically, I'm just looking for direction from the board. Is this a project you want me to move forward with or not? Right now, the estimate from the architect's office is about $250,000 for the work.
And keep in mind, the reason Dave's asking is we were told not to do anything else until we had this done. Um,
Any thoughts?
What is your feeling about? I know it's not really been tested. What is your feeling about what you have going now, and also what's your feeling about the berm being gone and berm BURM being gone, and the idea of replacing that maybe with something a little bigger and with a little more gradual ramp to it, so that we don't have the direct intrusion. Like we had a little bump built in there somewhere, and I was just wondering why we don't have a little something more substantial. What your thought that would be still wheelchair accessible, gradual. I don't know what's your thoughts as far as practical. Or do you want to wait and see how this system responds, or what's your thoughts?
Well, two things. First, I think the system will respond, in my opinion, to normal rain. Okay. If we get another storm like we got back in July to where the golf course flooded and was shut down for 4 days and people's basements are flooding, I mean, most of Groveport was underwater. If we get that type of rain again, no, the system probably won't keep up. Okay. But if it is anything that is fairly ordinary or even a little bit more than, I believe the system will keep up. We did get some rain a month or so back for a full day, and we didn't get a drop of water in the building. Right. Okay. So I do think that it's functioning as intended. As far as putting a berm or anything in there, if we stay far enough out, we could put the dam, if you will, back in. One of the problems with the dam that was there is as the water flowed down the asphalt, it was actually hitting that and then running behind it next to the brick wall.
Okay.
That was what was causing some of our problems.
Right.
So when we put the trench drain and the sump pump in, we removed that. We've got to be careful. We can't put anything too close to the doors because with the slope of the asphalt and the swing of the doors, there's not enough clearance. So we would have to keep it out farther. And if the board wishes, I'm happy to look into putting a berm or a dam back in and seeing if that will help. I was just trying to provide all the information that was requested.
There was one other part to that, and there was a recommendation to put an awning over that stairwell. That stairwell is a giant catch basin of water.
It is. All the, I would like to, or what was in the original proposal, and whether we move forward with the underground storm line or not, I would still recommend putting an awning over that back stairwell because right now everything's running down there. And yes, we've replaced that sump pump with basically a sewage pump. We upped the horsepower, we upped the discharge line, but I still think it would be money well spent to put an awning over that to help direct some of the rain away from that area and to regrade that back area so the landscape is sloping away from the building and not towards it.
Right. I did see some areas where it's definitely
The grade's terrible back
if you put the new system in and we do have that Armageddon type flood event, we don't really have a guarantee that's going to keep the water out either. Correct.
there. No guarantees.
Right. So in your estimation, is the intrusion through the doors the biggest threat that building has?
Yes.
Okay.
On the front side especially, the intrusion was coming right through those front doors. In the back, it was coming down the back stairs
Right.
that we just talked about, and then it funnels into the sump that's inside the building.
So then as a practical application, given what you've said, and I think we touched on this before, are you familiar with the little flood things you can buy that are like 4 feet high and they just drop down in place? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Could you repeat that, please? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I will share with you. So they make flood barriers.
Oh,
that
okay.
You just
yes.
put in front of the door. They align with the pavement. They keep the water out temporarily.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I misunderstood it first.
so if those were available to our maintenance staff and we have some torrential tsunami projected, I guess we could just use that and probably have a practical application that doesn't cost $350,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if we're just am I understanding you correctly? So at this point, we're going to wait to put in the underground storm line. We're going to figure out what we can do up front in case of torrential rains again, and go ahead with the awning out back. And while I have the awning put in, there is a large concrete area right there where the kitchen receives deliveries and things of that nature. We need a handrail around there. We are above the threshold as far as height goes and we really need to have that handrail installed. So I had that in that original proposal that we just talked about, but that's something that I would still like to move forward with also.
I'm good with it.
Yep.
Same.
Sounds good.
Okay. The next part of this was, again, just the Wirt Road project. The handout that the city gave us, I scanned it in and tried to make it as large as possible so you'd be able to see it. It may be a little grainy, but it is on the slides also. Nate, if you flip through it real quick. I don't need to talk about every slide. I just wanted you to have the visual. Keep going. Again, that was just their cover page, but this is where you'll be able to see that Wirt Road will turn up through here, and if you go ahead and go another slide or two, you'll see some of the differences. It's a better aerial. This facility here will be removed, and road will come up. When we met, Superintendent Grube and I, both building principals, our transportation director, Ty, our communications guy, everybody was there. So we could start putting word out to the families, to the community, so we could come up with alternate plans also as far as safe areas for children to walk, transportation. So we tried to include everybody in the meeting from the district side that we thought was necessary. So again, most of this is just FYI at the moment,
And when are they expecting to start the project?
this month.
This month, okay.
And later on the agenda, there's a request from AEP for some temporary easement. Do you want to talk about that now, Dave?
Yeah, what it is, it's mainly out in front of the building through AEP. A lot of it is they've got to relocate a couple of poles and add some guide wires, if you will, some supports. Most of that will go away after the project, but right now as they're changing, trying to remember if it was on this or not. Can you go forward another one, please? Temporary, I see detour anyway. But anyway, the AEP is asking for a couple of easements so they can move the poles, relocate the electric, all of the utilities as much as possible. They are relocating underground, but to keep everything powered in the meantime, they have to move some poles. So I don't see that this is going to impact the district. If we grant AEP their temporary easements, I think it's very minimal for the amount of work that's going on.
Can you go back to the aerial photo, please? Yeah. So I see, can you point out, I believe that Grumpy's and the little concrete buildings are all going away, right? Grumpy's Cycle or whatever they call it now, right there. Those two gray buildings,
Yes.
they're going away, correct?
Yes.
Where does Wirt Road end after they're done?
Right at this intersection. This
No,
would
but the leftover piece, so there's a house there, so they obviously have to keep traffic unless they're taking that house out, or is that just a shed? What, right here, sorry.
Yeah,
So is Wirt Road ending here, or do you know? Is it ending?
Can you go to the next slide for a second, Nate? Yeah, you'll see this is the area where Road will end into the intersection. This will be green space here.
So there's this right here is where they're demoing out Wirt Road, correct? Nothing hits?
Right. Wirt Road will go right into a four-way intersection.
Yes, but the old Wirt Road.
Yes, that'll be gone.
But so it'll be gone somewhere past that house, probably.
Yes.
And okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Are we gaining any property from this? Are we gaining any space?
I think technically, yes.
Okay.
I think,
Part of the road easement?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So when we do the easement, they will repair any damage that they do to the ground or their grass. Okay, thank you.
any other questions for Dave? All right,
Thank you.
Mark, HR update, please.
Thank you, Mr. Group. Good evening. Just to let you know, December 2nd, we are doing our para-pro testing. We try to do that 4 times a year for our educational aides. As you know, we're always hiring education aides, so we're trying to get them tested and approved. Signups for college recruiting, those have begun. Most universities their recruiting starts, not recruiting, but their information goes out in late November, early November, late November, December. Ms. Delder, one of the things I heard when I was on vacation, I was listening to the board meeting, and you had mentioned something about OSU. OSU usually passes out their information regarding recruiting usually last. They're usually somewhere right around the middle January. That's when they pass the information out. You sign up to go, but it usually is early April. But it is the largest one we go to, and we take the right around 6 principals with us. So just to let you know, I'll be contacting principals for recruiting days. We also, on the board agenda, we have several new classified substitutes that we're asking you to approve for tonight. We did like a huge onboarding for them, so we're trying to get them started as soon as possible.
I have a couple questions. I know that we have doing our events for a while. I don't know if we've kind of relooked at updating our comms pieces and our toolkit, marketing toolkit, just because we're in a competitive market. We know that public education, we've got school choice, of course. What does that look like? Has the human capital department worked with comms to kind of
Absolutely.
refreshen that so it
Actually,
truly has a realistic view of what the district is and all the great information that Mr. Morpritzer shared about our state report card? What does that look like? And
we updated it last year with information regarding the district. There are parts of it that we need to update. Also, we worked with Ty last year, and I got to give some credit to Mr. Collier. He gave us an opportunity to get some awesome signs. I think maybe you might have saw some of them last year. We were the talk of the recruiting days, because a lot of people, when you go to Bowling Green, Groveport, unless you're from the area, a lot of folks don't know us. So I know that at Bowling Green, they put us in. It was just a perfect area for us. It was right where everyone was coming in. Paul can talk to it too, but it was the biggest sign there. Ty and I went to. It was a company that has worked with us before in the past, but we just really upgraded our communications, our signs with updated them compared to previous years.
And I was looking also like at our digital presence as well, like on our website. I sent a video a while ago. I think it was from New Orleans, where they have a student leading about the school. And I don't know if that ever got passed to whomever, but I don't know if we have something like that. And then
We'd certainly
we're
look into that.
always recruiting. So what is our digital, like, do we have a digital toolkit? Our principals are out in a lot of places. They have virtual business cards. What does the LinkedIn profiles look like? Stuff like that. So that was just my question to go alongside this, because where we are now, especially with us trending upward, especially with our academics, and we've got a lot of work. We still have work to do, but I think those pieces probably need to align. So I don't know if there's a plan if we could probably kind of rehash that again and maybe step it up a little bit more as well. Would be great.
Okay. Sure.
I just had a couple things. How are we on student teachers? Are we getting that program back to moving around? I know we lost a lot at one point. I didn't know how
well.
Well,
She's not there. Carol's actually working with our student teachers.
okay.
And I know that we've just started to receive more information from universities regarding the winter season.
And then what are you seeing as a trend? Before it was the students going into education had dropped considerably. It just kept dropping. As it made it.
It's not turning.
It's not.
Actually, Mike and Carol went to a high state last year with us, and previous years they've used this hall. It's the Archie Griffin Hall, but they opened these doors, and hundreds of teachers used to come through those doors, and it was kind of depressing. It seemed like maybe 80 or so teachers. The difference, though, is I think what we're trying to do too is obviously high state's our largest, and we go after as many as we can. But it's also, we talked to Muskingum last year. That's a place that we didn't really go to. Right now, I've signed up for 2 places because that's the only ones that have their information out for. Dayton is one, and Central State is another. So we're in the process. We go to roughly about 15 different places. And some of those places have more than just one university. Like we go to Cincinnati, and there's Xavier, Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky, St. Mount. Oh, is that your Northern? Well, we go to Miami also. But Miami actually is going to be is what they had on the website is they are going to be at Xavier this year. Normally they have their own. but I think trying to be competitive and trying to make sure they know what we're doing and how we're handling our students and the success of our students and success of our teachers is very important because one thing I will say is I agree with you with the digital footprint because they're very wise and as soon as you have a conversation, I mean this is how it goes. They come around, you're walking and you know we have principals and they're talking with them saying, hey, you know, have you heard of Groveport? You know, some of the good things going on, blah, blah, blah. We set up an interview with them, we sign them up, and they come back to us. But the first thing they do is they go away and they get on their computers. They get on their computers and their phones and they're checking out Groveport. They come back and they have information about Groveport. So I mean, they look at our website and they come back with questions about our website. So you know that they did their research. So you have to be ready for that. So I agree with you in regards to the digital footprint. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And now we have Kelly for Student Services.
Good evening. So we continue to enroll students. And it was asked last time, for this school year, have enrolled 1,171 students. School started on August 11th. And so since August 12th until now, we've enrolled 603 students to kind of get a sense of, you had asked that question last time, so I wanted to have that ready for you. And so, you know, it's kind of interesting that we've enrolled that many since school has started. Another wonderful thing is that Erin Moody, who is with United Way, came. I meet with the social workers once a month, and she brought a handful, like at least 10 resources for anyone who might be facing food insecurities. And so, of course, we have the wonderful Human Needs Group, but there's the Mid-Ohio Food Collective, among many, many more. And she shared that with our social workers, who then will share out to the students in the community. So that was a wonderful thing, and very happy to have that partnership with her. And then my last thing is nationwide. We're so excited. So we'll keep you updated on where we are with that in the future. Anyone have any questions?
Just on what we passed tonight, we're going to be on schedule to make sure things are done as we had planned. In October, we talked about as long as we had it approved in November, we could be on course for things in December for them to start seeing students after break, correct?
I am hopeful that that is still true. We didn't know what was going to happen tonight, and so we're very happy what happened. I think that I'm hopeful that they haven't lost their contractors with this. So I wanted to just be hesitant, but I can get information to you, and we can email it if necessary when I'll talk to Michelle, who is my regular contact there. Okay.
I would just say add to your resources the Fellowship Food Pantry.
Yes, that is on. We have a list. Yes. Yes.
So yeah,
Thank you.
We're working with Human Needs, and I think between our pantry and their pantry, we're providing about 130 meals for Thanksgiving for the community. And if you do have people that are food insecure, don't forget us. We provide quite an impressive array of food, and it's a shop through experience, and we're happy to help when we can.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Adam, you're next.
Yep. The treasurer recommends the Groveport Madison Local Board of Education approve the minutes for the October 14th regular board meeting.
So moved. Second.
And Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dowdleberger is second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dudleberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, we are moving to the new number 3.
Correct.
Which is the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the GMLEA Lean Six Sigma MOU.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Dowdleberger is first, Mrs. Gray is second. On to discussion.
The MOU is easy enough to read, and that is because we're training 20 of our teachers to become Lean Six Sigma black belts to work with kids Uh, when you look at our college career military readiness, one of the things we'd worked with Lead the Way last year, and this was one of the things that they provided. So there is both this MOU for training our teachers to do that, and then the next item is the contract with Fairfield County ESC. So unless you have any questions.
So this is the part where we're bringing it in house. This is one of the pieces
That's
that we brought
that's
in-house.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Delderberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the contract with Fairfield County Education Service Center for access to the Lean Six Sigma and Leadership Excellence online learning courses.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Dattelberger is first, Mr. Kirschner is second. On to discussion.
This is the other half of the part we need to train our kids.
And remember, the Lead the Way was $250,000 a year, where you can see the pricing here is a lot cheaper and it's brought in house. So,
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Delderberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Motion passes.
New item 5. Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the 2026-2027 and the 2027-2028 school calendars as submitted in the attachments.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Gray is first, Mrs. Dattelberger is second. On to discussion.
Was this, these two calendars were voted on and ratified by the union, correct?
Yeah, Carol's coming up to the mic.
Yeah, both calendars were sent out in a survey to the staff. They had, I believe, at least by contract, the negotiated agreement, they have at least 5 days to respond. I think we may have had it open longer than that, but it was at least 5 days. The 26-27 calendar received 42.8% of the votes, 334 responses. And then the 27-28 calendar received 51.9% of the votes, with 322 responses.
And those were chosen out of the top of 3 options.
Yes, there were 3 options for each year. So then the other percentage was split between the 2.
Gotcha.
Was it very close? Is there much division on this?
For the 26-27 school year option, the one that received the most votes was 42.8. Then the second highest was 31.7. And then for the 27-28, it was 51.9, and the next highest was 29.8% of the votes.
So
a little closer for 26-27.
And what was can you summarize, like, what was it the 31% wanted on this upcoming school year?
I don't have that calendar in front of me. With all 3 calendars, there were differences in start date, end date, how long or when it was spring break, was Christmas break a full 2 weeks. So I don't have that calendar in front of me to tell you specifically what was different about the days. It's basically everything is 176 student days, so that didn't change. It just was when the breaks were, when the start was, of course, then that would affect the end date as well.
And so, last question, I think. So, what is it about the 26-27 versus the 27-28 that makes it, I don't want to say less controversial, but what's the difference there that there would be a higher buy-in on the second one than the first one? Is there some?
And I don't know this for certain because I can't speak to the 322 people who responded.
Right.
But I think one of the things with the 27-28 calendar is when Easter falls. And so the spring break was agreed on, or on that calendar is March 27th, I believe, through 31st. And then Easter is later in April. It looks like it's April 16th, and we have to give Good Friday off by the OC contract, and then the Monday after Easter is also off. So my guess is that was very appealing. We have a full spring break the last week of March. And then in April, we have Good Friday and a Monday. That is my assumption, but I think that's a very appealing calendar to people.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I did have a question.
Sure.
Originally, we had talked in the past on when there was big debates over these calendars
Yeah.
that OPSI would have a seat at the table. Were they at the table this year? When they were setting
Yes,
the
absolutely.
the
Yes, they
different
were. And they were,
calendars?
I had to think back to our meetings. They were at the table and they were part of the, they also received the drafts as we were making them. So
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
the president was part of it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I had to think back.
All right. On to roll call, please.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, the new item 6. Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement.
So
Second.
All right, Mrs. Dottelberger as first, Mrs. Gray as second. Any discussion? Here. Oh,
anything alarming that stick out, just the same. There's nothing like alarming, just the same. I didn't see anything.
Nope.
Wanted to
This
show
is, as you know, anytime new students enroll, we need to, if transportation is impractical, we have to put it on the next regular board meeting. And so these are 3 students that came in.
roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
New item 7. Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the AEP temporary easement and right-of-way as outlined in the 2 attached files.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dottelberger as second. On to discussion.
Unless there's any questions, this is back to what Mr. Hausman shared when he was given the road update.
On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
I'm abstaining as a City of Groveport employee on this one.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Can I bring up something real quick? I don't know on the school calendars if we needed to do action tonight. I think it's just,
Oh, that's right. We have
It's a 30-day window. You're right. So this was a
it's
first.
not me, it's
this-
Karen Mike.
This was a first read.
Brought it up.
First read. Thank you.
Could you repeat for me, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Carol, yeah.
we did have it listed though as an action item. So
For the school calendar, I believe it's ORC, and it's also in our board policy. There's supposed to be a first read of it. I'm looking at policy. It says at least 30 days before adoption, the board holds a public hearing on the school calendar addressing topics including the total number of hours in the school year, length of the school day, and beginning and end dates of instruction. So this is, I think, just to review, and then you vote next month.
yes,
Okay.
totally forgot about that.
So do we have to take any action to undo the action?
I move that we amend the last motion to have approved that as a first read.
I'll second.
So just approve it as first read. Instead of, okay, so it's still an action, but we're approving it as first read. Okay, and it was John, and who seconded?
Me.
Who? Seth?
It was me.
Okay, all right, roll call. Okay,
Roll, please.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Dutterberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I move to strike the previous vote.
Correct.
Yes. You're striking what we just voted on?
No.
The
Oh,
the
okay.
vote before that.
Yep, I second.
John and Seth again, I'm just trying to type this up real quick, but you guys can go ahead. call. And this is to strike the first motion we took where we actually
Correct.
approved it.
Exactly, the motion to approve the calendar.
Correct.
Okay, Mrs. Gray.
Yeah.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Zetterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Sorry, I just need a second to type this. I know it's me next. All right, Nate, can you control that for me, please? All right, I just have my treasurer's reports on here. I'll go through those. So month of October, Nate can bring up the first tab, Nate. Cash flow. Sorry. Oh, sorry, cash flow. Yep, thank you. So for a month of October, we brought in 3.7 million in state foundation, in line 1.035. And total for the month, we brought in 4.7 with other state foundation payments and some other revenues. Our personnel expenses went up a little bit because the first month of September is kind of the first payment of the new salary increase. So it went up a little bit, 4.27 million for salaries. Employee retirement benefits stayed very similar, almost 1.9 million. Purchase services very similar. I mean, they're kind of averaging out now. As you can see, we was 3.7 million over expenses over revenue for the month, but again, that is very common this time of year because again, when we get our big tax settlements in August and March is where we make money, and then the rest of the months we lose money. So nothing shocked me, nothing stood out. So the numbers came in within a normal acceptable range for me. The next charter receipts, Nate. I'm just pulling that up. I can talk about it. Revenue is obviously our state foundation, 79%, and then the other part of the state foundation is now 11%. So very typical, 90% of our income came from state foundation. Expenses, Nate. Thank you, sir. Shows personnel services and the retirement and benefits, 72.6% of total. Purchase services, again, 2.1 million. That's a lot of, that's our CBS bill, but also a lot of special ed cost, unfortunately. Supplies, materials, only 162,000, and then other objects, 66. Again, in line. Change from prior year for last October, there really is not much. I mean, I made the 3.0 or 3.01. The 1.035 at the bottom. Sorry, the numbers are wrong. Increase in state foundation, like I said, it's going to be an increase for this month and next month because this was the performance index that we talked about that we got along with the transportation, if I remember right. So it's just 2 months. They're giving it all in 2 months, and then it'll go back down. So, but other than that, it stayed pretty similar to other than purchase services, which again higher special ed costs and stuff. But other than that, pretty common, pretty comparable to prior year. And that is all I have to report.
Can you give us an update on the state of the affairs of our
the lawyers?
finances?
Yeah, House Bill 186. We did get and I can get this out to you guys. We got a spreadsheet where it shows the whole property tax issue. Groveport should, for the next 2 years, got 56 million in property tax revenue coming in. With the passage of House Bill 186, the amended, it's not totally passed yet, but the amended 186 I talked about last time, we're supposed to get 56 for the next 2 years. We're going to get 51.3 per year is all. So I mean, you're looking at 4.5 million per year that we're not going to be getting now that we should have. So you times that by 2,
But
obviously
that
that's 9 million.
Yet.
Hasn't passed yet.
But does it look like it?
It looks like it's going to pass. And of course, they said, well, we partially backfilled it. Instead of us, because what they said was tax year 24, we got like 50.3. You shouldn't be lower than that. And I'm thinking we shouldn't be lower than that since it's 3 or 4 years down the road.
Yeah.
But their whole thing is well, we'll give you an extra $1 million to go up to the 51.4, whatever it's going to be. But we should be getting 56. I'll get that spreadsheet to you guys. And honestly, we're one of the biggest districts hurt by that. And I called the thing just based on our 45.9% increase 2 years ago. It's kind of catching up to us. But yeah, so it's not good.
So, what was atypical about our purchase services?
Special ed cost, just the rising for that 2.1 million. You mean? Yeah, special ed cost.
Nothing special by way of purchasing, just general cost.
General cost, correct, sir.
And then that because we were having trouble hiring staff,
Right,
so we
right.
have to outsource it.
Right. So our personnel costs probably a little bit lower because we're spending so much more money on contracting staff, unfortunately. In which again, we would love to have it. I know special ed would love to have teachers here and do that. We just can't find them, so we have to spend more money on contracted staff. And that's why the personnel numbers are going up a little bit, but only 90,000 from last year, and we gave a nice raise. So do the math.
Yeah.
The money's flowing to purchase services instead of personnel. But good question, John. Yep. That's all I have.
All right.
Thanks, Nate.
On to item I, executive session. The board moves to enter into executive session to consider the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual, unless the individual requests a public hearing pursuant to RC 121.22.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dowdleberger as second.
I think you said item I, is that correct? Have we reorganized to where the first executive session is
No.
I, or are we on H, please?
We are on, we're actually on item I because we had to add public participation.
Yeah, when yours came out, we had public participation, so we had to add it. So that's why everything got moved down a letter. So it's I now instead of H.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
It is 9:27 and we are in executive session. It's 11:21, and we have reconvened from executive session. On to item K, executive session. It is recommended that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education enter executive session for the purpose of considering the employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official in accordance with ORC 121.22.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mrs. Dadelberger as second. Any discussion? Hearing none, on to the roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dadelberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We are in executive session. It is 11:22. is 12:23. We have returned from executive session. On to item. It's going to be item L.
Well, it'll eventually, I can't add the items, so it'll eventually be M1, but I can't add a category.
Okay, so
It'll eventually be M will be superintendent items, the 3 that we move down. Eventually, I just can't add items during this session when it's live. So I put it in L for now.
Okay.
All right, I need
Just making everybody
where
aware.
to find my place in this.
So Adam, am I calling these M1, 2, and 3?
Yes, they'd be called in 1, 2, and 3. And it is the previous superintendent items 3, 4, 5. Correct.
Right.
I just can't add a category during when the session is live.
Item M1, Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following certificated personnel items as outlined on the attached file.
I would like to pull out the 4 administrative contracts and vote it individually.
Second.
I have Mrs. Gray as first, Mr. Kirschner as second. On to discussion. All right, hearing none.
And that was Gray first, John second.
Yes.
Pull them out and vote it individually. Sorry, just had typed up. Roll call. Mrs. Gray.
Wait.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
This is for you.
This is to pull them out.
To pull them out. Okay.
Yeah, this is to pull them out separately. Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Zottelberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And then now I'm going to add 4 different motions, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And are we going to vote on the rest of them?
We said the rest of them.
Oh, good point.
I didn't hear any of that. All I got was, oh, good one. What did you
We
say?
have the rest of the certificated personnel to vote on outside of those 4 contracts. We still need to do that as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
So do we need to make a motion on voting on that portion?
What I would do now is I would say the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Board of Education approve the following certificated personnel items except for, that's how I'm type it up, except for the 4 admin contracts. Is that good?
So moved.
I'm just trying to type all this in.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so what we're voting on now is there's a motion by Libby. It says the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following certificate personnel items except for the 4 admin contracts. And so far I have a first from Libby.
He has it first. Then he does it.
Second.
Okay. And again, this is for everything but the 4 admin contracts.
Correct.
Okay.
Who was first? I just want to make sure.
Libby was first, and then Latoya was second.
Got it. Thank you.
Please describe the order of the vote.
Right now, we're just voting on the rest of the certificate stuff minus the 4 admin contracts.
So we're skipping past that and doing the next 2 and coming back.
Yes. So
Thank you.
I did the one where we pulled the 4 from it.
Yes.
So that's already been done. This is the one, every one of them but the 4 admin. And
I
then
thought so.
And then we'll do the 4 admin. Correct. Okay. I got a Libby first and Latoya second.
Correct.
All right. Roll call.
Roll call.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Zottelberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And then you guys tell me what contract you want to do first.
Just don't,
Like
Let's go down the list.
just don't
Yeah,
order.
I just don't have the list in front of me.
Yep.
Oh,
Ty.
Mhm.
Deba voice. I'm trying to spell it right. Ty.
How do you pronounce your last name? Debevoise?
step over. Yeah.
And so I said the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Board of Education approve the following certified personnel item and that says Thai Debawa.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dottelberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Next
All right.
one's
Next one,
Dave.
Dave Hausman.
I'm sorry, I could not hear that.
The next one is for David Hausman.
All right, and so what I typed in was the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Board of Education approve the following certificate personnel item for David Hausman.
So moved.
Second.
I have myself as first, Mrs. Gray as second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
and Mrs. Dottelberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Motion passes.
Next one, who's next in line?
Kelly.
Okay, and I have the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Board of Education approve the following certificate personnel item for Kelly Hayden.
So moved.
Second.
I have myself as first, Mrs. Dottelberger as second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call.
Ms. Gray,
No.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dottelberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Motion fails. On to Mr. Trace, Smart Trace.
Hold on, let me type that up. All right, so what I have is the superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Board of Education approve the following certificate personnel item for Mark Trace.
So moved.
Second.
I have myself as first, Mrs. Dottelberger as second. Any discussion?
Oh, who was that? You were. Okay. Sorry, trying to take the note.
Trace, yeah.
Okay.
On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray,
No.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dottelberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
No.
Motion fails. On to item 2.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following non-certificated personnel items as outlined in the classified board agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Dottelberger as first, Mrs. Gray as second. Any discussion? Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dottelberger,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 3.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the special education contracts as found in the file attachments.
So moved.
Second.
I have Mrs. Dottelberger as first, Mrs. Gray as second. Any discussion?
No.
All right, hearing none, on to roll call.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Dottelberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to, this is now going to be item,
It will be in.
this is item N?
Yep.
All right, on to item N, comments, announcements, and other business.
We do have Capital Conference this weekend, and I just want to highlight a couple things that are happening in the Greater Southeast Area Commission. I don't know if you guys are following the Eastland Plan, and if any of our administration has been going and connecting with the Greater Southeast Area Commission. They had a lot of information this past meeting. I was trying to find my notes really quick, but they're trying to be done by next summer-ish, I believe. And they've already started building their space for Jewish Community Center. OSU will be in there as another home-based clinic as well. And there'll be spaces for police officers and other city employees to operate out of that old Kroger right there on the corner of Refugee and Hamilton Road. But it was a great meeting. And I think it's important that we kind of go. There's also some changes happening with some of the unincorporated portions of our road. They're doing a survey that's through December because there's a grant for part of Winchester Pike and No Bixby where they're collecting data on crashes, which would then impact like the northern, like that Sedalia area. So I will pass those notes to you guys, but I did go, and I think it's important maybe if we get, I'll try to keep going and provide that back, but it's going to be the that's going through December. I don't know if we want to share that link with our community, especially in that area. But they're trying to figure out how to I guess handle. They got some grant dollars for a federal safety grant for the roads in the southeast area that are owned by Franklin County, and then the east is called the Eastland Prosperity Center. So let me say that correctly. But it'll have a full scale kitchen and all kinds of things in there. And they're be done by the summer, but opening October 1st of 2026.
And that's the old Kroger's?
The old Kroger's, yeah.
I thought they tore it down.
No,
They kept talking about tearing it down.
nope. They've already started construction. They've got cameras because they've had people kind of break in a little bit, but they figured it out, and they've got, I forgot what the fencing is called, but that's where we are. So there's community rooms for meetings, such as the Greater Southeast Area Commission meeting, which will be better. It'll be better over in that area, but I'll just send you all my little notes here. But it was a good meeting, and I think it's also available on their Facebook page, the Greater Southeast Area Commission. And I just signed up for the email reminders with the Eastland, what is it called? Eastland Prosperity Center. So I wanted to share that with you.
So, yeah, Mid Ohio is opening a food center there, Libby. And they've been delayed because, as it was indicated, there'd been some copper and electrical theft when they got underway, but they will be opening soon. So the traffic study, Latoya, was that through the South? Was that through the county or the Southeast?
County, Franklin County Engineer's Office. I'm sending the information to Jamie and Paul now, but it's through the Franklin County Engineer's Office was there, and there's this whole. They just finished like a deer survey as well, but this is for and it's talking about a sidewalk. That was the other thing why I grabbed it, because I thought it'd be interesting for us to have that, because it was talking about a sidewalk too that we would get. So
thank you.
Any other comments?
Oh, just one more again, shout out to all of our schools that had veterans show up. I saw the high school had folks there. Groveport had a big program today. Of course, they brought the flags, and thank you guys for acknowledging your veterans in the area. And as always, I make myself available if a school doesn't have any veterans. Let me know. I have no problem showing up.
All right, on to item O, adjournment.
So moved.
Who wants to be first?
Latoya.
All right, Mrs. Dowdleberger as first, Mr. Kirschner as second. On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Dowdleberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Motion passes. It is 12:37 and we are adjourned.